Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Yeah? One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes, hello. This is Steen on the color commentary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you here? Are the German Coast Guard? Yes, thank you.
Jill Clark, sound testing, world feed, English commentary. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Okay. Steen, can you talk to me, please?
Yes, hello.
Can you hear me
I
clearly?
can hear you clearly, and I can also hear someone else that I couldn't hear yesterday, but that's probably the director.
Yeah. Okay. So that's Steen's voice, my voice.
Your commentator,
Yeah, and this is program sound.
program, and the director.
Okay, that's great.
How?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
This is the German Coast Guard. Mayday, mayday. We are sinking, we are sinking. What? What are you thinking about?
众朋友们，2015 VIVO 苏迪曼杯世界羽毛球混合团体锦标赛5月11日晚上的小组赛现在开始。首先，请技术官员入场。
Ladies and gentlemen, 2015 VIVO Sudirman Cup BWF World Mixed Team Championship evening section of group stage now begin. Let's welcome the technical officials.
1号场地裁判员刘云，中国；发球裁判员巴特，澳大利亚。
Court 1, umpire, Liu Yun, China. Service judge, But.
Hello and welcome to Dongguan in the south of China for day 2 of competition at the 2015 VIVO BWF Sudirman Cup, the World Mixed Team Championships. A competition that was first contested in 1989 in Jakarta and was played in conjunction with the World Individual Championship. That 2-tournament-in-1 scenario lasted for the first 7 editions of the Sudirman Cup. Then in 2003 it was staged as a totally separate independent event. So this is the 14th staging of the Sudirman Cup, the 7th time as a standalone event. 35 nations are here in Dongguan. Those 35 countries are placed in one of 4 divisions, the placement determined by the ranking of that country's players in each of the 5 disciplines. This evening we're concentrating on the top division. The top division, the 12 top ranked teams are subdivided into 4 separate groups. We're looking at Group D. Malaysia, who last night sensationally beat Korea 3-2. Korea being the number 2 seeds and second most successful team in the history of the competition. Tonight, Malaysia take on India, a country who has never medalled in the Sudirman Cup, but a team who many experts believe could cause an upset, as they have the potential to challenge virtually any other team in this year's competition. Well, that is the lineup. This is the first choice of a lineup as determined by the international governing body, which means that we start with men's doubles, and of course for Malaysia, Go Vi Shem and Tan Wee Keong, who yesterday beat the current world number ones from Korea. Then we have women's singles and the Olympic bronze medalist from India, Saina Nehwal. She's been world number one as well. Today she's up against T Jing Yi. Then men's singles, and what an interesting contest this is. The current world number 4, Shrikant Kadambi, he's up against the former world number 1, Lee Chong Wei, returning to world badminton after serving his suspension. Women's doubles, well, that's a repeat of the Commonwealth Games final last year, so that's an intriguing battle too. And wouldn't it be lovely if it all came down to the 5th and final match, the mixed doubles. Of course, yesterday it all came down to the 5th match, and Chan Peng Soon and Go Liu Ying of Malaysia winning that 5th match against Korea to, of course, give Malaysia that 3-2 victory over the number 2 seeds. Now, if you're not familiar with the Sudirman Cup, everybody plays everybody else within their group. So, of course, with this top division, with the 12 teams subdivided into 4 groups, it means, of course, that there's 3 teams per group, and everybody plays everybody else within the group. And it's only the top 2 teams that then progress through to the quarter-final knockout stage. So the simple arithmetics is that if Malaysia win this evening, they will have played 2 ties and won 2 ties, so they will guarantee a place in the quarter-final knockout stage. This evening is the first time that India are taking part in this year's Sudirman Cup campaign. This the men's doubles pair of Manu Attri and Sunith Reddy up as against the same Malaysian pair that won yesterday. I'm Jill Clark, and once again delighted to say that I'm joined by former Danish head coach Steen Pedersen. Oh my goodness, we were on the edge of our seats yesterday, weren't we, Steen, watching that magnificent Korea-Malaysia battle. But we were talking a little earlier, and the one thing Malaysia, I think, have got to do is not get overexcited about that and realise they've got to perform again this evening.
Yeah, this is a tough match that they got ahead of them, and I mean, the tables are turned a little bit. They are, in my opinion, the favourites to win this match, so how will that affect the players, especially here in the first men's doubles?
Yes, it is an intriguing battle. Of course, most people probably assume that the Malaysians are overwhelming favourites for this. I can tell you they're 29 in the world ranking at the moment. Their opponents are 30, so 1 place difference on the world ranking, but they have met once previously. I'll come to that in a minute. There is Go Vi Shem, the 25-year-old, born in Kuala Lumpur. They reached the final of the Swiss Grand Prix earlier this year, but they really formed their partnership in their Thomas Cup campaign last year, when of course Malaysia reached the final, losing out to Japan in the most thrilling Thomas Cup final in Delhi last year. There, Tan Wee Keong, 25 years of age, although he'll turn 26 later this month, born in Sabah on the island of Borneo. Used to have a very good partnership with Hoon Tien Hao, reached number 7 in the world ranking. So to the pair from India, and as I say, well, they're 30 in the world ranking at the moment, actually down 2 places. They were 28, so Manu Attri, 22 years of age, his partner just a year older at 23. Now, their best result so far this year was semi-final in the India Grand Prix Gold event. And that really was quite sensational, because in the quarter-final stage in Lucknow, they beat the number 2 seeds Mads Conrad Pedersen and Mads Koling. There you can see the taller of the 2 men, Sunith already. Now, this Indian pair, I believe, personally, are probably one of the most underrated pairs in men's doubles in world badminton, because when you look at some of the pairs they've beaten, it really is astonishing results, including their opponents of today. The last time they met was earlier this year when the Indian pair went on through to the semi-final of that Syed Modi India Grand Prix Gold. And look at the scoreline, 17 and 19. But let me tell you who else they've beaten. They've beaten the likes of Hashimoto and Hirate. That was in the first round of the World Championships last year. They've beaten Chai Biao and Hong Wei. That was in the first round of the All England this year. So they are an underestimated pair in my opinion. But I guess it really does all come down to what Steen was saying and handling the pressure of the big occasion. Of course, the Malaysians, I guess you can say perhaps a little advantage that they got used to the conditions last night, Steen?
Definitely an advantage, having played one match in here already. Used to the speed of the shuttles and the drift that we saw there was a bit of yesterday. So you should expect the Malaysians to get off to a good start.
Yeah. Well, on the right there, Pulela Gopichand, the head coach, and assisted by Madhumita Bish. The Malaysian coaching bench, Jeremy Gang on the left as we look at them, and former world number 1, Morten Frost. Well, we were talking yesterday, weren't we, Steen, about the influence on the entire environment of the Malaysian team, the return of a player who's undergone surgery on both knees in Goh Liu Ying, the return, of course, of Lee Chong Wei, the former world number 1 after his suspension, and the arrival of a new coach, and it's all contributed to a feel-good factor, I think, in the Malaysian squad, and that was very evident yesterday.
Yeah, and especially that they actually got to win the team tie, because had they lost eventually 3-2, you could have said, oh well, they performed well, they made a good effort, but yeah, just didn't get it in the end. And now they've won it, so everybody in the team should be totally up ringing and ready for this match.
Yeah.
On my right, India, represented by Manu Akli and Sumit Reddy. And on my left, Malaysia, represented by Wu Weishen and Chen Weiqiang. Malaysia to serve, Chen Weiqiang to ready. Level, play.
So Malaysia with the men's doubles pair of Govi Shem and Tam Wee Keong getting this Group D tie underway. Well, a nervous start by the Indian pair. That probably just emphasises what we've been talking about. There's another service return error. Do not change.
No, I agree with the umpire. How should that
Yeah, well,
be bad after 3 services and 3 returns into the net?
but that's very interesting. Tam Wee Keong happy to change the shuttle.
Yeah.
Well, it's difficult to understand how the shuttle got out of shape, in all honesty, after nobody hitting the shuttle hard.
Probably just breaking this rhythm, and they succeeded, the 2 Indian players.
Service fault call, struck above the waist, says our service judge, Ditin Bhatt of Australia. Yeah, they are nervous. What do you do, Steen, as a coach, when you can obviously see this with your players? You know, paralytic with nerves really at the moment.
Yeah, there's actually nothing much you can do. The best thing is to sort of acknowledge that they're nervous, and everybody's nervous here. No one is not nervous. So just acknowledge it and perhaps try to take a little bit longer in between rallies and change the shuttle, try to towel down, as we've seen them try to do. But good start for the Malaysians, extremely good start.
Yeah. Well, looking at the first 9 points of this game, it's actually difficult to understand the only previous match result between the two pairs. But as I say, I've watched this Indian men's doubles pair on a couple of occasions, and I've been very impressed with them.
Yeah,
there's plenty of time to come back. It's a good serve. Goodness me.
Service over. 9-2.
I have to say that when I've been nervous in years gone past, the one thing I wanted to do was to give the shuttle a heck of a hit, hardest possible smash I could, to try and just get rid of all the tension. Much easier to do in women's doubles than in a men's doubles.
Yeah, especially the men's doubles, the way it's played now, because there is a lot of fight for the initiative, for the attack.
Yeah.
And that's what they have not been able to sort of get out of.
No.
Will be really important for Adrian Reddy to get a few points, but that's not the case.
11-3 interval.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that there was a little sprint onto court there from Pullela Gopichan. Eager to talk to his players. Well, he's a very quiet, thoughtful, softly spoken man, is Pullela Gopichan. He's an absolutely delightful character. He's always makes time to come and speak to us, doesn't he, Steen? But it doesn't help us when we're trying to eavesdrop.
It makes it awful difficult to hear what he's saying. But I guess some of the things is just try to play your game and see how many points you can get in this game, because the game is almost gone.
Yeah.
Down 7 points here, so should they challenge for this game, that would just be a benefit, an unexpected benefit, as the match has turned out so far.
No, it's just long. Now something is bothering Tan Wee Keong in the background. Maybe someone is using a flashlight. We had an incident yesterday where there was a laser beam being shone down onto court. I sincerely hope that's not the case right now. Whatever the problem was, it's been solved. Yeah, well taken. He had to be careful there.
Yeah. That's normally the way we'll see Reddy searching the front court, trying to control the net.
观众朋友们，请在比赛进行中，请不要使用闪光灯拍照，以免干扰双方运动员。谢谢您的合作。
Yeah.
It's still a good rally for the Indian pair, because there was a rally.
Yes.
They got to play, and hopefully that can sort of take away some of their nerves.
Oh, service fault called. Struck above the waist.
7-13.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Sensational defensive shot. Hit down his backhand side, his forehand side, and look, he plays the backhand defence and turns it cross court. How do you do that?
Excellent control.
That's amazing. Yep. Good interception from VIVO. We were talking yesterday, weren't we, Steen, about the fact that actually the Malaysians have a favoured formation and it's VIVO at the back of the court, but he certainly does have his capabilities at the front.
Yeah, and you need to be able to play in both positions, because otherwise it's way too easy to exploit. But most pairs have a preferred position anyway, and both of these pair have. You can see ready, moving.
Oh, there's a challenge here. There's going to be a challenge. It was awfully close. They'd outmaneuvered the Indian pair. That one there, there was a huge gap. Ooh. Just as well we have Hawkeye. My goodness me. No. Oh, it did catch the line. It did catch the line. No, good call, line judge.
Challenge unsuccessful. Service over.
So that means that the
9. India 1 challenge remaining.
Indian combination, as the umpire has just confirmed, just one challenge remaining. Just 2 challenges allowed per pair per match. 2 unsuccessful challenges. If you challenge and get it right, then you keep your challenges. That's clever. Very, very clever.
Excellent defense from VIVO.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that the defensive capabilities is actually the difference between these two pairs, and I know the Indian pair won their only encounter so far, but I've seen that happen quite a number of times, that you beat a pair and you feel that you have to beat them the next time you meet them again, but they've also watched the video and see what can we do better than the match we lost.
Yeah. Well, by my calculation, it's only Tan Wee Kiong who hasn't been called a service fault so far. No, I think my calculation's wrong, actually. Steen, you're supposed to keep me right.
I'm not very alert to that.
Oh, look at that. That is a super, super shot from Manu Attri. Not only the angle that he found, it's the vision to see that's where the gap is. practice long.
12, 18.
Yeah. Took the racket away. He knew it was going to go along with that back line. Yes. You don't often see that nowadays in that sort of situation, the crouch defence. Normally players a little closer to the net when they try that, but very, very effective.
And it hurts you a little bit when you try to smash and someone is crouch defending you.
Yeah. Oh, he's dropped his racket. Picked it up again. Tam Wee Keong. Oh, goodness me, what on earth happened there? Missed it.
Service over. 13, 19.
Well, that was extraordinary. Well, we're only seeing the miss smash, but there was a dropped racket earlier on in that rally. That's a very good smash, the channel attack. And isn't that wise
20.
after going for a smash straight down the line, making the error, just calming the ship by smashing down the centre, and up come 7 game point opportunities.
Service over. 14, 20.
Oh, that's nice. Look at that. That's, you know, when I've watched them before, Steen, this is what I really like. It's the thought process. It's not all the fast, flat exchanges. They like to move the shuttle. They like to think about what they're doing.
It's interesting because it's a little bit of an own style of play.
Yeah. But the opening game to Malaysia.
Won by Malaysia. 21,
21-15
15.
confirms the umpire. A little under 16 minutes of play.
这也是缝，这也是我就更加脚更加动，他球更加不来。对呀，动作这脚动，因为他们塞进他们就转，他又转。对呀，我不是他们球是掉到了，然后冲打这样子。
There it is. That's when he dropped his racket. Goodness me. That was extraordinary, wasn't it? One of the most effective smashes in world badminton, Go V Shem.
And if we remember, it was like 11-3 or 11-4 at the interval here. So 11-3. So actually, the Indian combination won the later part of the first game, and that should somehow comfort them going into the second game here.
Well, apart from, obviously, as you just pointed out, winning the second half of that opening game, so psychologically they're a little more buoyant than they were to start with. What else, perhaps tactically, should they be trying to do, Steen?
That's a good. I think they need to have the initiative. I think they have to work really, really hard in the attack and be creative, as you said, Jill. If they leave the attack to the Malaysians, I feel that they cannot withstand in the defense, especially Go. We've seen create some opportunities with his powerful smashes. So
Yeah.
they must have the initiative, the way I see it. A little bit like yesterday when it was the reverse situation with the Malaysians against Korea.
Oh, he did awfully well here again, did Reddy. Look at that. Foot slips and yet plays that delightful downward dink. Oh, service fault called. Second time on Manu Atri.
In my opinion, that wasn't as big a fault as we've seen on some of the other occasions. A very interesting period right now because I feel the Malaysians have looked a little bit overconfident in the first game. So can they create a gap again, or are the Indian combination back in the match? That's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, that was clever. I like that from Sumith Reddy. That little push just past the net player.
Quick with his racket.
Yeah.
Oi, good deception. Deception on the service return and really caught Sumit Reddy by surprise.
Oh, service fault called.
Yeah.
You agree?
I agree. I agree.
Oh, that's clever. Across the body.
Tripped again.
Indian team bench.
The settlement on top 4 will be next singles between Australia and Italy. Daniel Huda against Madeline. Umpire Jean-Philippe Nicolani. Service shot to the Germany.
Well, we lost count yesterday, didn't we? How many?
How many times they hit the net court?
Yeah, on the return of serve.
And there was another.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful defence.
Excellent move by Tan Wee Kyung.
Yeah, he does anticipate so well. Steps forward at the right moment, so often in the right place at the right time. Steen, you'll probably think I'm mad here, but the Indian combination to me remind me of a very successful Danish pair of recent years, Jens Eriksen and Martin Lundgaard, in that they like to play the blocks and move forward, and like to use the tall man at the net just to play those little downward shots. Do you know what I mean? Or you obviously knew the Danes much better than I did. You coached them, but do you see any of that?
Well,
no,
not really, because I agree on the blocks.
Yeah.
But the Danes had a very specific favorite position. But a mixture of that and another Danish combination with Pasca and Rasmussen, because they were moving forward, both of them.
Yeah.
And not afraid to play the flat game. And I think there's some similarities with Atri and Reddy here, that they have an advantage in the flat game against a lot of pairs. And I think the Malaysians are a little bit careless here.
Yeah.
And that could be costly for them, because it's totally equal now. And if the Indian combination takes this game, they will be all fired up for the third.
Absolutely.
The defense is still lacking quite a bit with these two Indian men's doubles players, but
are they trying to play the blocks because they don't actually have the power on the to use a different sort of defence, drive it or lift it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it is the Indian pair who have the advantage at the mid-game interval, albeit just one solitary point. But an advantage is an advantage.
Yeah, and think of the start they got in the first game, down 8-1. So you're actually happy just to work your way into the game. This is not going to be an A-game match where everything is working well for the Indian pair. So they have to work hard and be satisfied winning this second game 21-19. That should be their game plan. Trying to work really hard and see if they can get back into this match.
Yeah.
Get the block, get the lift, and work, and work, and work.
20 seconds.
Yeah. Morten Frost saying, you're standing still. Get the block and work and work and work.
And that's the tricky part, because they almost got the first game handed to them. They didn't have to win it themselves, so they feel that, oh, we beat the world number ones yesterday, so we're just really, really good right now.
Yeah.
And now we won the first game easily, yes, but it was the opponent who lost the first game easily. So you still have to work for it, and I really like what Morten says. Block, get the lifts, and attack, attack, attack.
Yeah, work, 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 yeah. When we were watching Malaysia yesterday, I think I made a comment about Tan Wee Keong being very good for Go V Shem, because he's more of a calming influence. I see Go V Shem, I don't know them personally at all, but he seems more extrovert in his style of play. He's prepared to go for the big smash straight down the line and play round the back shots and so on. And I always used to think, when Go V Shem was playing with Lim Kim Hwa, his former partner, the left-hander, I always thought there was that opportunity that they could just completely lose concentration and go off the ball.
Both of them.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why I think now, yes, Malaysia have to be careful, and it's very important that Tan Wee Keong keeps his partner reined in and focused. And also
sort of plays him good. And by that I mean that he should make sure that the shuttles is where Go wants them to be. And actually, we're talking about similarity. Go V Shem reminds me a lot of the former top player, Olympic silver medalist, Kaesung Kit.
Yeah.
Superior technical skills. But sometimes playing a little bit too much for himself. And that's where Tan comes in and must sort of keep control of the match.
It's good discipline there from the Malaysian pair.
Slightly, slowly gaining the advantage in the flat game.
Well, I make that 2 service errors and 3 service faults from Go Vi-Shem. So 5 points gifted away in this match.
Just hit the net. Caught and tricked Go Vi-Shem.
Yeah, terribly difficult when you're that close to the net to readjust to the deflection of the shuttle. That's clever, clever smash. Just seemed to snatch at that a little.
Wanted a little bit too much, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just piling on the pressure at the right moment, aren't they?
They're in control, the Malaysians.
Four straight points. And this could be decisive. Good going forward from Go Vi-Shem.
Proves the point you make, Jill, that he can definitely play at the net as well.
Yeah. Oh! How good was that from Term Wee Keong? Went forward, had to readjust his positioning. I don't think he was expecting it so far. Played on the cross court. Well, that wonderful anticipation earns Malaysia 4 match point opportunities in this first match within the tie. Yep, only needed the one. Quite clinical. 21-15, 21-16. They're getting Malaysia once again, as indeed they did yesterday, getting Malaysia off to a winning start in this Group D tie.
21-15, 21-16.
Umpire confirms the scoreline, and from 14-15 down, 7 of the next 8 points. Well, they have every reason to smile, this Malaysian pair. I certainly don't think their ranking of 29 is realistic of their capabilities. Certainly not after what we've seen both yesterday evening and this evening. So once again, confirmation of the scoreline, 21-15, 21-16 in 33 minutes.
2号场地将要进行的是印度尼西亚队与英格兰队的第2场比赛，女子单打，由法内特里对阵查普曼。
So 5 courts in action here. Sudirman Cup World Mixed Team Championships. 35 nations contesting the 2015 VIVO BWF Sudirman Cup. So it's only the first division that has 4 subgroups. All the other divisions, 2 subgroups. The next match on our court is women's singles. And of course for India, it's the former world number 1, current world number 2, Saina Nehwal. Steen, what a success story she has been in her own right, but also a catalyst for popularity of badminton in India.
Yeah. And I think actually we talked about this Indian men's doubles that we've just watched, that they've improved over the last 2 years. And I think Saina has been the catalyst of all this.
Yeah.
First, the ladies singles. They have 2 strong ladies singles right now, PV Sindhu being the other one. The men's singles, a lot of strong players. And now I guess the doubles are coming up as well.
Yeah, well, you know, you look at that list of matches to come. Shrikant Kadambi, current world number 4. Who would have thought that? At the start of last year, he was number 47 in the world ranking. He was having to qualify for some of the Super Series events. The last Premier Super Series event of 2014, China, he wins the title, beating the reigning Olympic champion Lin Dan in the final. You talk about improvement overall of the Indian badminton squad has been phenomenal.
And it's very often this that you have to have someone who breaks the pattern. And Saina broke the pattern. She showed that, well, India can play badminton. India can be the best.
Yeah. Well, there she is, Saina Nehwal. And her opponent today is Tijing Yi. Tijing Yi is the highest ranked Malaysian women's singles player. We await them coming on to court, but that gives us an opportunity, Steen, just to talk about the fact that yesterday Malaysia selected the youngster Lim Yin Fun for the women's singles up against Sun Ji Hyun, and she didn't make double figures, but that I don't think was reflective of the way she played. I thought it was a great effort by the young Malaysian.
Yeah, she had an opponent that was simply too good, and that also sort of had her style of play covered. She was just better in the same style as Lim Yin Fung yesterday.
So there's Saina Nehwal, a mega star in her home country. And of course, when she became world number 1 in the women's singles, the very same week, Sania Mirza became number 1 in the world in women's doubles in the sport of tennis. And that just happened to be a week after India lost in the semi-final of the World Cup cricket. So everybody's attention turned to female sport in India. It was a wonderful thing. Everybody was talking about the 2 megastars of Indian female sport, and that really is quite an achievement, isn't it? 2 female athletes being #1 in the world in their respective sports at exactly the same time. So Saina Nehwal against T Ying-yi, the second match in this Group D tie. Malaysia, of course, won love up in the tie with the men's doubles pair, getting Malaysia off to a winning start. And just to remind you, of course, only 3 in the group. Malaysia have already beaten the #2 seeds, Korea. So if Malaysia win today, they will definitely be seeded in the quarter-final stage. Saina Nehwal, well, vastly experienced. It's difficult to believe that she's only 25 years of age, because she seems to have been playing at the elite level of world badminton for so long. The Olympic bronze medalist. Total of 3 weeks she was as world #1. Split those 3 weeks, it wasn't consecutive, but currently now world #2. 3 finals from 5 tournaments this year. She's won 2 titles, both on home soil. The India Grand Prix Gold in Lucknow, she retained that title, and also the India Super Series. Beaten finalist at the All England Championships as well. 24-year-old T Jing-yi, born in Penang in Malaysia, 56 in the world ranking. She has been as high as 28. And she was semi-finalist at the Commonwealth Games last year. Lost in the semi-final stage to the #2 seed, Kirsty Gilmore, and then lost the bronze medal playoff match to PV Sindhu. Well, they've only met one time previously, but that was some time ago, almost 3 years ago, and I think both players have improved considerably since then. But as you can see, Saina Nehwal did win on that occasion. So T Ying-yi, well, I thought in the Commonwealth Games her effort leading Malaysia in the team competition, always playing the women's singles in the entire campaign, I thought she gave her absolute all, and it seemed a little cruel. It always seems cruel, I can speak from personal experience, to have to play a bronze medal playoff match. You've gone so far, and then the desperation and disappointment of not being in the final, and there you are. You have to salvage something the very next day after a semi-final defeat in a bronze medal playoff. Well, Vimal Kumar on the left as we look at them, and Madhumita Bish on the right. She's a little fighter though, is T Ying-yi, isn't she? I know you've watched her play on many occasions.
Yeah, I actually kind of like her style, but the problem for her is that she seems to be injured all the time.
Yeah.
I think she's got many good things going for her technical wise. I think she's in over her head in this match though, but it would be interesting to see if the Malaysian team management can succeed in keeping her healthy, and see how high she can go in the world ranking.
Well, the players look just about ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, India, represented by Saina Nehwal. On my left, Malaysia, represented by TJ Jing. India to serve. Love all, play.
So the Olympic bronze medalist Saina Nehwal getting the women's singles encounter underway.
Yeah, and as T didn't play yesterday, there's no advantage for her in knowing the circumstances in the hall compared to Saina.
That's a nice angle. No, of course, this is India's first match in the Sudirman Cup campaign, and that advantage we talked about in the men's doubles for the Malaysian pairs is null and void in this women's singles.
Service over. 2-1.
Of course, in all honesty, Steen, every expert, every player in the Indian team, the Indian team coaches, this will be one of their bankers. They will have looked at the lineup beforehand and they say to themselves, well, you know, Saina Nehwal, you've got to expect her to deliver, which is added pressure, of course.
Yeah, they have to do like that and say, Saina, that's one.
Yeah.
So how do we get the next two?
Yeah.
But yeah, she should be used to it. When she crawled up her rankings and got the bronze medal at the Olympics, she carried the whole Indian badminton nation on her shoulders, Saina. So, of course, we talked about it before, team tournament is a little bit different.
Yeah. It's interesting because I remember reading something in the Indian media going back to August 2013, and Saina Nehwal said, was quoted as saying the hype around me is getting too much. And then in September, a month later, she was quoted as saying, I enjoy the pressure.
Yeah.
4-3.
But it is pressure. Unless you've experienced, it's difficult to really explain just what that pressure is.
Yeah, and it's also really difficult to figure out what kind of quotes can you actually trust and in which circumstances are they spoken. So in some way pressure is a measurement of how successful you are.
Well, it was Billie Jean King, wasn't it, the winner of so many Grand Slam titles in the sport of tennis, who, a famous quote from her, pressure is a privilege.
It's true.
Yeah, because it means that you are good and that everybody else wants to beat you. So it's a privilege to have that. And that's a nice way of actually turning the pressure into a positive.
Yeah, and in some way it's what separates the really, really good players from the good players.
Yeah.
6-4.
Oh, there's a lot going down each other's forehand sides, aren't there? Crikey. Good rally. Very good rally. And a smile even at the end of it from Saina Nehwal.
Yeah, because I think she has a feeling that if they keep playing rallies like this, she's going to come out victorious.
Oh, my goodness, well back. Oh, clever. What wonderful angles we're seeing already.
Yeah. Excellent play. And we're really seeing some heart from both players, especially Chi, throwing herself after the shuttle twice here. And I guess also one benefit from the strategy of selecting younger players for the Malaysian team that we've seen Morten Frost do is that the older players, they feel that, hey, I better give it all I've got here because otherwise I might not be here next time.
Yeah. Oh, isn't that terrific to see the Malaysian team bench, everybody cheering one another. There's been a lot of well publicised fraction in the Malaysian camp. Players resigning from the national team. And it's great to see the players here all getting behind one another. Good note shot. Missed it. It's just wide.
7, 8.
Did you notice that jump smash in that rally from T Jing Yi?
Yeah, I've seen it before, do it before,
Yeah.
and that's what I mean. I mean, she can play. I'm not sure she's strong enough on the physical side of the game, but the important thing for her and for the coaches is to play the game that is needed against Sina Neval. And then, if you run out of air or your legs are not doing exactly as you want them to, okay, then we know that. But then we can see what we have to work on.
Yeah.
Instead of sort of creating all these errors that are forced because you don't trust your own physical condition.
Yeah. And getting in better physical condition is actually a relatively easy thing to do in comparison
Fairly easy, yeah.
to developing new skills.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I remember last November watching T Jing Yi beat former world number 1 Wang Yihan in the second round of the Hong Kong Super Series, and beat her in 3 games, 21-15 in the deciding game. So I've seen her beat the very best. I know she's got the capability, but I think these recent injury concerns could be quite a decisive factor. That was clever.
Oh, that would be a great shot if
Yeah.
that had been successful.
Yeah.
9.
Forcing sign and
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
I was on the way down of my chair here. Excellent disguise.
It's got to be good disguise to beat sign and able. Just wide.
11-9 interval.
Drift took it a little bit.
Yeah. So sign and able with a 2-point advantage.
Wow, Wimar Kumar is really fast on court there.
Yeah. Hindra 1. Oh, I struggle to really hear any of that, Steen. I don't know if you caught it.
I only caught a word. Keep pushing. Keep pushing her.
Thank you, coach.
Of course, on this side it can be a little bit difficult for Sina to push her clears too much because we feel that there's a little bit of drift going from Sina Neval towards T Jing Yi, and the side drift going from left to right.
9.
But interesting that Vimal Kumar was so animated in the coaching.
Yeah.
He was like 2 steps ahead of
Madhu.
on court, and I think it shows some of the importance in team tournaments.
Yeah.
This is a match that should not. Yeah, that
come back in.
Come back in. Yeah.
Yep.
Service over. 10-12.
The Indian team doesn't need this match to be close in any way. Just
No.
wants Saina to be clinical and get it over with.
Yeah, it is quite a sideways drift, isn't it? Yeah, well, she's not sure whether the umpire, Mikael Olsen from Sweden, whether he's approved the change of the shuttle. I think as long as both players on court agree to the change, then it's really up to the players, isn't it? Of course, it's polite to ask the court official. Oh, look at that. That
Beautiful shot.
Magnificent.
Yeah. And I think part of what we're seeing now from TGE is thanks to the effort made by the team yesterday. If they can do it, I can do it.
Yeah.
That should be the way that she's thinking, and I'm positive that's how she feels right now.
That's a good smash though from Saina.
And that's in many ways the hardest thing in developing a player from a promising talent to a top player, is to make sure the player get this feeling that I can do this. Because when they get this feeling, they become much more dedicated, much more committed in practice.
14-12.
Well, it's a very interesting story, it really is, with T Jing-yi, because in November in 2013 she actually resigned from BAM, Badminton Association of Malaysia, after they had rejected her request to switch from singles to doubles. And then a few months later, because of the injury to Sonia Chia, she was invited back or persuaded back into the national team. And I've briefly spoken to players and T Jing-yi about that decision, and you know, she was saying, well, I was just one of the crowd. Suddenly I became the top women's singles player and everybody was giving me attention, and suddenly then I had the belief that people had belief in me, and I wanted to play singles again, and the whole environment within in the training venue changed dramatically.
And she's probably going through some of the same feelings and emotions right now, because if the coaches can convince her, if she can get convinced herself that she actually has a chance to make it to the top of the world in women's singles, she will be a whole different player to coach, to keep injury free.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah. That's what Morten Frost would call good follow-up.
Yeah, good follow-up. and the woman in the picture here, Saina, is also a very good example of what you were talking about, Jill, because, I mean, she changed from being coached by Gopichan to Vimal Kumar. Why did she change? Because there were too many good Indian badminton players, not only women's singles, but also men's singles. So she didn't have the undivided attention of Gopichan anymore. And it's so important that you have your coach's attention.
Yeah, very, very good point. Well taken. T Jing-yi.
15-all.
15 all. Oh, that's called long. Oh, there's a challenge.
Challenging.
Saina Nehwal, first challenge of this women's. Oh, that's not even close.
We can call it from here.
What a wasted challenge! My goodness gracious me.
But it was a really good call from Tijin Yi to let that drop, because she is playing into the wind, and you need to look a couple of times in the back court.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you simply have a court that is too long.
Yeah. Well, Hawkeye is going to confirm what we've already seen. Yeah, in badminton terms, that's not even close. Why on earth did she use a challenge there? That's extraordinary, isn't it?
Of course, it's not easy with Hawkeye and these two challenges you have, but in my opinion, you should never challenge a slow falling shuttle on the opponent's baseline.
Yeah.
16-15.
If you push it downwards from the net, you might have a chance, but otherwise just save it.
Oh, that's called
Yeah.
wide as
Yeah.
well. Now
Yeah.
she's hesitant as to whether she could have
Yeah.
challenged that one.
Yeah.
And that, in my opinion, was closer.
But Saina is hesitant at the moment.
Yeah.
Service judge, Benjamin Hall, Chinese Taipei.
That was a missed opportunity. Look at Morton.
Morton was almost going out of his chair there. He would have loved to see that down.
Yeah, it was a good opportunity
I think
too,
Hendren
wasn't
had to pull him back.
it? Yeah. Morton Frost getting very animated.
Yeah, but that's one of his strengths, and the Malaysian players mentioned it yesterday, seeing that the technical director was so upbeat about the performance was really lovely for them.
And that's called wide as well, and I once again think that's a jolly good call by the line judge. And Saina Nehwal looking round to her coach as if to say, should I challenge that? Well, you can't ask your coach that. You've got to make the decision yourself.
Thank you.
Well, so much for what I know I'm talking about. We've just heard from Hawkeye that in fact if Saina Nehwal had challenged that, she would have won the point. It was in fact out. That's in.
Service
No
over.
question of that though.
17-18.
Oh, that's a nice drop shot.
Yeah.
That's coming back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, comes a long way back in. Saina Nehwal really hasn't got used to the drift at all.
17.
That's clearly in. That's inside the line. Two points away from this opening game for Malaysia.
Service over. 18-19. Gigi, let's stay on court.
4号场地将要进行的是澳大利亚队与意大利队的第3场比赛。女子单打由李伟乐对阵齐克尼尼，裁判员李森，中国。发球裁判员伯吉斯，新克里多尼亚。
Third match on top 4 will be women's singles between Australia
Yeah, it's a good rally.
Very good rally.
5号场地将要进行的是新加坡队与加拿大队的第3场比赛，男子双打，由特里斯南塔、齐亚加特对阵廖小康、德瑞克吴，裁判员坎博尔。
This is where character and nerve and belief, I guess, as well come into it. They both proved that they've got the technical ability. 19 all in the opening game. Who can hold their nerve?
One more. Come on, one more.
Oh, it's gone wide.
Service over. 20. Game point 19.
And the first game point opportunity falls to Malaysia in the form of T Jing Yi.
That is well played by Sina. That's how you play when the opponent has a match point. Sorry, game point. Controlled attack, going all out.
Extra points required until there's a clear 2-point winning margin. Oh,
That's well played by Ji Jingyi.
yeah. Well, so much for my theory about character and nerve. They've both got character and nerve. Oh, second game point opportunity. Oh, that's good. Oh my goodness me. Brilliant.
Fantastic badminton we're watching here, Jill.
Unbelievable. Commitment, great skills. And look at that, calm as you like, just plays the cross-court winner. Who's gone wide?
They're so effective, these flat pushes towards the backcourt corners of Sina Neval. Sina is utilizing them herself against Ji Jingyi, but very useful.
So will it be third time lucky for T Jingyi? Third game point opportunity. Oh, dear me. Yeah.
22 all.
Well, Simon Awell hanging on by her fingertips. Yeah.
23, 22.
So now Simon Awell, a first game point opportunity for her, having just survived 3 game point opportunities for her opponent. That's a nice neck shot. Yeah, first time of asking for India's Saina Nehwal. My goodness me. What an excellent opening game in the women's singles. But the former world #1 and Olympic bronze medalist Saina Nehwal scraping through 24-22.
We had 3 chances. Unfortunately, we did not get any one of them. But really well played. And the body language is so good. It's much
Steen, you're just chuckling as to what Morton's saying.
I just love Morton repeating that she didn't win any of her 3 game points. I think she got it. but very important, of course, that she's been playing really well. She has to keep it up, and the body language is so important. I think she's going to have a difficult time here in the second game, but if she's going to have a chance of putting pressure on Saina again, she's going to come out firing here from the beginning.
Yeah.
From Saina's point of view, she escaped a sort of adequate first game, coming over on the good side now as she's able to push her clears and her lifts a little bit more. And of course, yeah, the pressure is on Saina here, because I guess if you're the Indian team, you reckon that your chances of beating Malaysia are actually a little bit bigger than beating Korea, even though Malaysia beat Korea yesterday. But doubles combinations from Korea, they just seem really, really solid.
Yeah.
Compared to the Indian double combinations.
Second game.
Well, I did like the way that Morton said really, really well played to his player, even though she had lost the opening game. But I wonder what effect psychologically those 3 missed chances will have on T Jing-yi.
Yes, it's so important here that if she loses this match, she has to go down fighting.
Yeah.
She has to figure out how far can I actually go before there's no more fuel in the tank.
Yeah.
Thank you. Saina.
Yeah, well, that's a positive start.
Yeah, it would be great for T if she could sort of kick it up a gear instead of being a little bit down because she lost the first game.
Oh my goodness, how did she get that back? Oh, that's landed
Stayed
in. That's come back in.
Yeah. Yeah. That's well played.
2-1.
You were talking yesterday, Steen, about the fact that singles players like to play into the wind so that they can give their clears and their pushes a good hit and it won't go out the back of the court, whereas sometimes different with the doubles players. So Saina will prefer that far end of the court.
Yes, definitely, because she can sort of push her clears a little bit more. And you hope that your opponent aren't really able to be precise enough on the baseline so that you play on a little bit shorter court than normally.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a short clear.
Yeah, and again.
Service over. 3-2.
It's going wide.
5-2.
This is where T Jingyi has to be so mentally disciplined.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sadly for her at the moment she's not able to do so.
So this is actually what Sina has been coping with in the first game.
Yeah.
Playing with the wind and an enormous amount of pressure.
Oh, that is delightful. Goodness me. You know, sometimes, Steen, like during the opening game, I mean, I know both players were playing exceptionally well, but I watched that opening game and I thought, what is it about Sina Nehwal that's enabled her to be world #1? You know, and nothing really stood out as, you know, a huge, great big smash or particularly deceptive on the net shots or anything. And then you see a delightful little disguise on the net play as we did on that previous rally. And that's why I understand. But it also, if I had to describe her biggest weapon, it's her mentality, her fighting spirit. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Her fighting spirit, that's #1, and her tactical awareness and her ability to, the way I see it, follow different kind of tactical advices.
Yeah. Yeah, you could see her just hunch her shoulders there as if to say, oh no, I've been told not about that drift.
Service over. 11-3.
'Vino Kumar, he's saying something about the back of the court, isn't he, there? Oh, listen. Yeah, thank goodness our cameras have just moved away. It's a remarkable move, I have to say, by these female players who managed to change their shirts on court without any sort of embarrassment to anyone. It's incredible. I don't have that flexibility. Yeah, it's strange you change your shirts halfway through the second game, though, isn't it?
11-3. Play.
Ball just long.
4-11.
look at those 2 punch clears, those were excellent. But what a response from T Jing-yi. My goodness me. Well, we were making note yesterday, weren't we, Steen, about how the Malaysians, after the mid-game intervals or change of ends, after talking to the coaches, well, they'd suddenly put on a little spurt and seemed to do well. Oh, that's nice.
That's a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she got 3 very nice points here. T. I don't suppose she's coming back though, but I think we'll see a lot more play to the forehand side of Sina. Partly because it's tactically reasonable, but also because there's this side drift that takes it a little bit out in the backhand side. But a comfortable lead for Sina, and she's been in these situations quite a number of times.
That's good judgment again from T Jing-yi. Yeah, and I always think that Sina's such a good front runner, isn't she?
Yeah.
And you build up a lead like this, 6-point advantage.
Service over. 14-7.
Overdone it.
Service over. 8-14.
Oh,
Service over.
that one's cool, good.
15-8.
Difficult to tell from that angle, but no challenge. One assumes that T Jing-yi concurs with the line judge.
16-8.
Yeah. Good judgment.
Service over. 9-16.
No, it was good follow-up. It was a good smash from T Jing-yi, and she knew it was a good smash, so knew that the only possible reply was going to be a block to the net. Didn't actually make it over, but she was ready and waiting. That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
10-16.
I think she deliberately tried to play it a little bit outside of the line and
Yeah.
hoping it would
Come back.
come back in.
Won one title last year, did this young lady, T Jing-yi, Iran International. Oh dear,
Service over.
a bad miss.
17-10. 18-10.
It's formality now.
Yeah.
Really.
I have a feeling that this second game would have gone this way no matter who won the first game. Perhaps it would have been a bit closer, but I still think Saina would have won it. So.
Yeah, just can't get the shuttle away from deep in that backhand corner, Ti Jingyi.
She can be proud of her performance in the first game and have to go back home and work a little bit more on playing with the wind.
Yeah. But there's definitely signs that, you know, her racket skills, her movements, I think that she's got a lot of potential. I think she should be a lot higher up the rankings than she is.
And she should go home with the belief that if I work hard and correct, then one day I can actually beat Saina Newell.
Yeah.
It's in.
Oh my goodness.
12-19.
Wow, Saina Newell must have taken her eye off the shuttle watching her opponent. That was a ghastly error. Yeah. Well, I didn't seem altogether happy with the way she hit that winning smash, but she'll be absolutely delighted that she's now got 7 match point opportunities. And converts on her first. 24-22, 21-13, having survived 3 game point opportunities in the opening game. Her second game, Saina Newell really showed why she is so highly ranked. Clinical in the second game, but all credit to Ti Jingyi for pushing the former world #1 so close in that opening game. 44 minutes for Saina Newell's victory. 24-22, 21-13. And that means that in the overall tie, it is now 1 match apiece. So just to confirm, it is 1 match all in this Group D tie, Malaysia against India. Men's singles will be up next, and then we'll have the women's doubles, and the mixed doubles will be the last match, because of course all the group stage ties. All 5 matches are completed, regardless of whether the tie has actually been won or lost prior to that. But of course, when we get to the knockout stage, the quarter-final stage onwards, once a tie is won, and obviously with the best of 5 matches within the tie, when one team wins 3 matches, then any remaining matches are not contested. So there is confirmation that it's 1 match apiece in this tie between India and Malaysia. Next on court is probably the match that is so intriguing in so many ways. Srikanth Kidambi, the current world number 4, against Lee Chong-wei, the former world number 1, returning to international badminton after his 8-month suspension for a doping violation. Well, Lee Chong-wei played yesterday against Korea. It was a little bit of a surprise selection yesterday for Korea because they played Lee Dong-kyung, who is the 2nd ranked, I correct myself, he's the 3rd ranked Korean men's singles player. Their 2nd ranked player, of course, is an independent player, and I'm not sure whether he was available for the Sudirman Cup campaign or not. But here come the players onto courts, led out by Srikanth Kidambi. A roar from the fans here in Dongguan at the sight of Lee Chong-wei. Hugely popular player all over the globe.
Let's go red or green? Who chooses red?
So
It is green.
Jeetan Bhatt from Australia are our umpire for this. The toss of the coin. Now, who won that toss, Steve? One of them chose ends. Do you know which one it was?
No, I didn't hear.
No. What you and I were discussing yesterday, we've discussed it many times, don't know why every player that wins the toss doesn't choose ends, because even in a hall with almost perfect playing conditions, there's going to be a very slight variation. So I suppose it's a question of whether you want to start what you perceive is the good end, or if the possibility of going to 3 games, you want to finish what you believe is the good end. But anyway, the men's singles at 1-1 in the overall tie. This obviously very important, with a player that has been established for so long, this man, the 32-year-old Lee Chong-wei. 46 in the world ranking, down 1 place, but he does only have 3 tournaments towards that world ranking, and as you can see, his year win-loss record, well, he's been serving an 8-month suspension, and that's why he hasn't played, and he's got so few tournaments towards his world ranking. In contrast, Srikanth Kidambi in the last 12 months has gone from a top 50 player, 47 in the world ranking, to be number 4. This, in fact, not only his career high, but his 13th consecutive week as world number 4. Now, I've just given you duff information. It isn't consecutive week, it's 2 periods he's had as world number 4. But that will be delightful if you're a Malaysian fan. But if you're an Indian fan, I'm not sure I'd pay too much attention to that, because I think since that last meeting, almost exactly a year ago, in the Thomas Cup group stage, I think Srikanth Kidambi has improved out of all recognition. The 22-year-old Srikanth from Guntur in India, in Andhra Pradesh state. Can you remember a men's singles player, Steen, who's had such a meteoric rise up the world ranking in such a short period of time?
Thank you, players.
Lin Dan, perhaps? I'm not
Okay,
sure.
yeah,
But he's had some chances.
Yeah.
But not from a constant. He's been up and down because he was out of some tournaments and so on. But that's not the same.
No.
Srikanth has developed immensely during the last 1.5 years.
Yeah. Well, we thought Lee Chong-wei was looking pretty sharp yesterday. He was 10-11 down in the opening game and then proceeded to win 11 of the next 12 points, closing out the opening game 21-12.
On my right, Malaysia, represented by Lee Chong-wei. And on my left, India, represented by Shrikant Kidambi. India to serve. Level. Play.
男子双打由曹善凯、斯拉辛格对阵格雷库、马德达鲁尼。裁判员谢德可。发球裁判员李晨中。
The fourth match on the top four will be men's doubles between Australia and Italy. Matthew Trout, Smassingham against Greco Netherlands. Umpire through the Germany. Service time, Vincent, China.
Service over, 1-1.
It's gone wide. Steen, I just want to push you a little bit further on what you've just said about Shrikant Kidambi improving so immensely over the last 18 months or so, and especially in world ranking terms over the last year. What has made the difference? In what department has he suddenly gone from 47 to number 4?
In the defense.
Okay.
He's improved his defense a lot. I saw him approximately 1.5 years ago, and his attack was really, really good, but his defense was lacking big time. I think he's got his defense working for him. His you could also say his basic game is become better, so he doesn't have to attack all the time, and that was pretty much the way he played almost 2 years ago. So he sort of creates more chances for himself. He's not so dependent on his attack as I think he was at that time.
So the improvement in defence is not because he wants to be a defensive player, it's to keep him in the rallies when necessary, and give himself a breather so that he's not all-out attack every time he's hitting the shuttle.
Yeah. 2 years ago, when he was not attacking, when he was playing the backcourt, the clever thing to do was just to play downwards against him, because then there would be loose shots coming back at you, and those shots are not so loose anymore, so you won't get the initiative as easy as before, and he will give himself more opportunities, and that means he doesn't have to take them when they occur the first time. He can play a more patient game.
Service over, 3-5.
Well, of course, the absence of Lee Chong-wei from World Badminton did present an opportunity for other players.
Yeah.
And when you look at the Super Series, the elite tier of tournament in World Badminton, last eight Super Series men's singles titles going to 8 different players from 7 different nations. Now that's great for World Badminton.
Yeah.
For Lee Chong-wei fans, not so great that he wasn't able to participate, but for World Badminton and to really ignite this men's singles discipline on a monthly basis with all our elite tier of tournaments, it's been a wonderful opportunity, and Shrikant is one of the players who's grabbed that opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, that is so valuable to know that you won a Super Series tournament.
Yeah.
And had Lee Chong-wei been around, some of those 7 could not have yet written Super Series winner on their business card.
5-all.
Do you hear that? The fans. Lee Chong-wei.
Yeah.
Well, I thought when he came onto court yesterday, I thought that the cobwebs would need to be brushed away. There's an awfully big difference between being physically fit and being match fit.
Yeah.
And when he was 10-11 down in that opening game, and I thought, yeah, he is a bit rusty. But the way he played from that mid-game interval, winning 11 of the next 12 points, was simply phenomenal.
Yeah.
7-5.
So I think we'll have a chance to see it if Malaysia gets to meet China, where he can meet one of the two players that are at the same tier as he is.
Yeah.
There's some players aspiring to go there, whereas one of them is Shrikant, Kento Momota, Jano Jorgensen, Songwan Hope, perhaps the other ones aspiring. They must be some of the Super Series winners you were talking about, Jill.
Yeah.
The last 2 or 3, I haven't really got them. Chen Long, Lindan.
Chao Tian-chen.
Chao Chen from Chinese Taipei.
Yep.
So I think here, that's well played.
7-all.
I think here one of the problems for Shrikant is that he has to sort of wait a little bit too long for the right opportunity to attack. If he doesn't wait for the right occasion, then Lee Chong-wei will be in perfect balance. This one was successful.
8-7.
Well, I did think when Lee Chong-wei was playing yesterday, I've always struggled to actually identify really a weakness with him technically in his style of play, but I thought where he was struggling a little bit was the timing of his defence.
Yeah.
There was a number of occasions where he seemed to be there but didn't time the shot properly.
Yeah. I think that perhaps I think he's the most aggressive player, Shrikant, and he's so strong in his smashes, so it's really good practice for Lee Chong-wei to play this match.
Yeah.
Service over. 8-all.
Oh, service fault called. Racket not pointing in a downward direction.
9-8.
I don't agree.
No.
This is one of the situations, this is one of the service rules that are really, really hard to judge by the human eye. We have the opportunity of watching it in replay, and I would even like to see it frame by frame. It's just the movement the racket has after it hits the shuttle, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Service over. 9-10.
Well, had that net shot from Shrikant Kadambi gone over, I'm not sure Lee Chong-wei was in a position to have returned it.
All.
Yeah, it's well judged. So on a run of 3 straight points, Lee Chong-wei goes to the mid-game interval with the advantage. And Hendrowan and Morton Frost.
Lob 1 kali, 2 kali, lepas itu turun, mungkin dia boleh tambah ke tengah, ke center, ke sekali. Because lob ke satu.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Can you play?
Now that was very interesting that Morton Frost just leaving the vast majority of the instruction and coaching duties to Hendrowan.
11-10.
Yeah, they probably had a chance to talk on the chair and perhaps feel that it's going pretty much as planned.
12-10.
Well, it was 11-10 yesterday, Jill. It's going to be interesting to see if the same thing happens today.
Yeah.
13-10.
Well, this is actually a run of 5 straight points, isn't it? 8-10 down, Lee Chong-wei, 13-10 up. Oh, good net shot. Forces the short lift. He guessed the right way. That's good, isn't it?
So it's over. 11-14.
Lee Chong-wei has to guess. He guesses the right way, but how quick was...
Excellent follow-up.
Yeah.
And there's so much difference when you see a true attacking player following up after a smash and a player who's got a more sort of patient playing style. The shots from the front court much more developed for the attacking player.
Oh my goodness.
They've got some slippery shoes there in the Indian camp. Sumit Reddy tripling a number of times in the men's doubles, and I don't know if it was the floor or the deception.
No, it was
the deception.
Deception, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, the slip was after he'd been sent the wrong way. Well, until that error from Lee Chong-wei, he had won 8 of the last 9 points.
And Shrikant has difficulties creating attacking opportunities for himself. Two mistakes in a row.
13-16.
Play there by Lee Chong-wei. Keeps the shuttle downwards, puts it below the net court.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's just not, that's ridiculous. Well, having got back the impossible shots,
14-17.
well, he seemed rather casual. Look at this, how on earth did he get that back? Get it out so perfectly, then he just wanders back to play the backhand.
Miss again.
15-17.
Well.
16-17.
It's a good lift, isn't it? Oh, look at that defence.
Oh, that's a good call by Lee Chong-wei.
Well, to make that split-second judgment, to just get out of the way of this smash and let it go long. Oh, there's quick thinking, isn't it? Great awareness. Course attendant needed to come on, mop up the perspiration. He's never let another one go long.
Yeah.
Cool as you like.
19-16.
Yeah, just sways the body out of the way. That's going to go long on the back line. So, having thought that just a moment ago he was under pressure at 16-17, now has 4 game point opportunities. Yeah. Well, we were alluding to it a little earlier. What separates contenders, the champions, from the contenders, and it's playing these pressure points so well. All could have got very nervous for Lee Chong-wei at 16-17.
Yeah. I can't really decide what my opinion of this game was. At some point it looked really easy for Chong-wei, and then suddenly he seemed quite uncertain at a number of points. But I think I mostly tend to this that he feels that he won it quite easy. Didn't really use a lot of energy, even though he was on the more difficult side. But some strange mistakes.
Yeah. But is that not just that difference that I've been referring to with match fitness and physical fitness?
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
What's Morten Frost's Bahasa like? Because it seemed to me as if he was just nodding approval with what Hendrewholm was saying, but I'm not sure if he knew what Hendrewholm was saying.
I've been thinking about this, the two matches that we've seen in Malaysia. I mean, it's always the other coach starting to say something, mostly in Bahasa, and then Morten adds up. But who knows if he adds anything or if he just repeats the same that the other coaches already said. It could be really interesting to know both English and Bahasa.
Oh, that's lovely. That's landed on the line.
1 love.
It could also be that if he's got a little bit more calm style, Lee Chong-wei working on using his speed in a positive way and so on. So that could be sort of challenging for him, that he plays sometimes very calm and patient, and then suddenly there's an attacking chance, and then he has to change that into an attacking situation instead of playing quite quickly all the time.
Yeah. And of course the master of doing that is the Olympic champion Lin Dan. And the injection of pace for 5 or 6 rallies, and then quite just calm for 3 rallies, and
just sort of playing to a draw for 5-6 rallies, and then taking 2 points, then playing for a draw for another 6 rallies. But I think actually sometimes we've seen, in this first game we've seen Lee Chong-wei winning quite easy points. This is not easy, but he's not using a lot of energy.
Oh, I thought that was going wide. That certainly has.
Yep. And often when I see Lin Dan playing other players, I see Lin Dan mostly standing in the middle or around the middle of the court, taking one step in each direction, and the other players are sort of all over the court. And I think I see some similarities here, that Chong-wei is sort of always in good position, never out of balance, unless of course he's under real pressure by the opponent's good shots.
Oh, he's missed it. It's called wide.
Service over. 1-4.
Yep, good call line, judge.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
It was only within the last few centimeters that drifted wide.
5-1. Service over. 2-5. Shuttle.
Oh, good control at the net. Missed it.
Look how many easy points. We thought about him making easy mistakes, but he's also getting a lot of easy points, Chong-wei.
Yeah. But isn't that part of what Lee Chong-wei does to opponents? I mean, a statistician may sit off the court here and say, that's another unforced error, that last shot wide.
Exactly.
But as an opponent of Lee Chong-wei, you know that unless you find the line, unless you hit the perfect shot, you're not going to win the rally.
Yeah.
And you can't rely on Lee Chong-wei making errors. So you have to keep going for the perfect shot as he did there. And inevitably there will be one or two errors. But in my opinion, they're not unforced. They've been forced by the quality of Lee Chong-wei.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Jill. And that's why these statistics about unforced errors, they're in my opinion, not very useful in badminton, because they are forced psychologically.
Yeah.
We've seen on a number of occasions, we've seen Shrikant fire away smashes that would be absolutely beautiful shots against almost anybody else, but Lee Chong-wei gets it back.
Yeah.
And he gets it back with quality.
Yeah.
This one was not with quality, but if it's over, then it's just changed the momentum of the rally. Instead of being in the defense, he's changed it, so he's probably in the offense, but minimum 50-50 to win it.
Oh, that's landed well in.
6, 7.
由马克斯瓦蒂、波利对阵奥利弗、史密斯。裁判员豪克斯、荷兰。
Well done by Shrikant, staying in it here in the second game.
The fourth match of round 2 will be women's doubles between Indonesia and England. Nitya Glacier against Oliver Smith. Umpire, Cox, Netherlands. Service judge, Sweden, Austria.
That's great judgment, isn't it?
Service over. 8-6.
I do like the way that Shrikant has used the body smash today against Lee Chong-wei. Saw it in that last rally. Yeah, that's super too.
Service over. 7-8.
That's a loose clear from Chong-wei. A little bit too short.
It's your choice. Yeah.
Well, Lee Chong-wei wanted the shuttle change. Shrikant was happy to do so, but the umpire said no.
I think he actually said it's your choice.
Oh, right, okay, I do beg his pardon. I misheard. Sorry. It's been wide.
Service over. 9-7.
Yep, definitely wide. Good call, line judge. Missed it.
I think he has to accept, Shrikant, that it's simply harder to get the right opening against Lee Chong-wei than on any other player.
More so than against Lindan?
That's a difficult question because Lindan comes in so many different editions at the moment. But I think when he's in the best of shape, it's probably much the same.
Yeah. No, because I immediately, it sprang to mind because, of course, Shrikant's winning the China Open at the end of last year, beating Lindan in the final. And, you know, so that was my thought process.
Yeah. I'm not sure Lindan was totally at his best at that tournament.
Well,
he was still good, but there were rumors about some injuries, and it's always hard to tell because when you're not really close to the players, you don't really know. Sometimes you think that players are a little bit off form. Well, they might be off form, but it also might be just be the other players playing well.
Yeah. Well, as I've openly suggested in the past, I thought that when Lindan came back about a year ago, he had had not many tournaments in the year prior to that. I thought that too many players were playing against the reputation rather than the man on court. And I thought that Shrikant showed the rest of the world, men's singles players, look, this man can be beaten. And I thought it was absolutely tremendous what Shrikant did and gave other players belief. I'm watching this match today, and because of your comment that it's more difficult to get the opportunity against Lee Chong-wei than any other player, and it immediately went through my mind not only the Lindan scenario, but is Shrikant giving Lee Chong-wei too much respect here? Lee Chong-wei is more of a consistent player. It is more difficult to get.
I think actually that Lee Chong-wei has been practicing quite a bit during his 8-month ban. And
that's the second service fault. The racket not pointing in a downward direction.
That's a wrong call in my opinion. Yeah, but it's coming up after he hits the shuttle.
Yeah.
It's just really, really hard to see. And I also think that the break in some ways have benefited him. He's free of any strappings and tapings, and I think he's as good as new. But there's some problems with the smash.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the timing or what it is. He's hit 2 or 3 smashes in the middle of the net.
Mm. Well, it's very rare in men's singles that you actually see players disagreeing about whether to change the shuttle or not.
Yeah, yeah.
They all have so much respect for each other, want to change it.
In my opinion, I mean, why not change the shuttle? I mean, you still get another good shuttle.
Yeah.
And if you feel that you have an advantage... Why?
My goodness me. Look at that cross-court net shot. How on earth did he get that back, Shrikant? That has got to be the play of the day. My goodness me.
11.
Missed it.
I've been thinking about this. We discussed with Lin Dan and Li Chengwei, and the interesting thing to see is if has Li Chengwei lost some of his speed, because I'm pretty sure Lin Dan has lost the top of his speed compared to the Olympics in 2008 and so on. He's still very, very quick, but he was almost unhuman in 2008.
Yeah, I concur.
So I don't think Chengwei has lost it. I just think that he's chosen not to use it over and over and over again. He only uses it when he needs to.
Oh my goodness.
13-17.
It was the disguise on the reverse slide straight drop that set up the point. This one. I absolutely see the point you've been making about this little spells of intensity and then not quite so intense for a few rallies. We're seeing it again here. Now, of course, he didn't mean to make that error, but he is definitely playing in little phases now, Li Chengwei. Let's go wide. Yeah. So match point opportunities for Li Chengwei.
Match point 14. Service over. 15-20.
wide. Second opportunity is converted by Malaysia's Lee Chong Wei. 21-16, 21-15 over the current world number 4, Srikanth Kidambi.
Match won by Malaysia. 21-16, 21-15.
39 minutes needed for that victory. Well, it was 45 minutes his match yesterday against Lee Dong Kwon. And I think the number perhaps of the easy points that Steen Pedersen identified perhaps why the match was a little quicker today. So the victory secure for Lee Chong Wei in the men's singles in this Sudirman Cup tie. And that means that Malaysia have a 2-1 advantage in the overall contest against India. Their confirmation, match clock ticks over to the 40 minutes, but the scoreline is still the same, 21-16, 21-15. So their confirmation that Malaysia lead this Group D tie 2-1 against India, and of course just to reiterate that if Malaysia was to win one more match and therefore secure victory over India, whether it's one of the next two, then they top Group D because they will have played 2 matches, won 2 matches. And of course, if you top your group, 4 groups in the first division, you get a seeding position for the knockout stage. Now the next match on court, as you could see, was the women's doubles. We'll end with the mixed doubles. As I said a little earlier, all 5 matches are contested at the group stage. And here come the women's doubles players onto court, led out by the 2010 Commonwealth Games gold medalists Dwala Gutta and Ashwini Ponappa, followed by the 2014 Commonwealth Games gold medalists Vivian Hu and Woon Ki Wei. This, in fact, a repeat of the final from the Commonwealth Games last year in Glasgow, of course won by the Malaysians on that occasion. And for the second day running, we've got a women's doubles encounter where both pairs feature a left and right hander.
Okay, let's pause. Blue and red. All right. They choose red. Right. Your
So
fault.
our umper,
Okay.
Liu Yun
The side on my right.
from China, the toss of the coin. Yep. Choosing ends. Very wise. There's Ashwini Ponappa. 25-year-old Ponappa from Bangalore. A left-handed partner, Dwala Gutta, 31, raised in Hyderabad. So vital from both teams' perspectives. For Malaysia, if they could win this women's doubles, then they top the group. For India, if they win this women's doubles, then there's still a chance of beating Malaysia in this group tie. They're Woon Ki Wei, 26 years of age, born in Selangor. Number 11 in the world ranking, that's a career high, enjoying their second week at number 11, the Malaysian combination. One final so far this year, that was the India Grand Prix Gold event, the Malaysian pair. They're Vivian Hu, 25 years of age, born in Kuala Lumpur. Formed their partnership at the beginning of 2010, so this their 6th year in this women's doubles combination. Bronze medalists at the Asian Games as well as gold at the Commonwealth Games of the Malaysians. Ashwini Ponappa and Juala Gutta, 22 in the world ranking at the moment. They have been as high as a 13. Spent a total of 3 weeks at their career high of 13. So from consecutive Commonwealth Games, a gold medal in Delhi and then a silver medal in Glasgow. And it's a surprising statistic to me, given that this pair has been as high as 13 in the world, that the Commonwealth Games gold medal in Delhi still remains their only ever title together. 4 finals they've been in. And of course, when you consider that they were bronze medalists at the World Championships in 2011 in London. Now this is the 3rd meeting between the two pairs, and honours are shared. The last time they met was that Commonwealth Games final that I was telling you about. In fact, not only was the second game particularly close, 23-21, but the Malaysians had to come from 16-20 down to win that second game.
And on my left, India, represented by Juala and Ashwini Ponappa. India to serve, Juala to Woon Ki Wei.
Batsman court, Chinese Taipei. Service judge, Augsburg, Germany.
Just wide. Excellent cross smash from Ponappa.
Morton enjoyed that, didn't he?
Concentration on the look of the Indian coaches.
Yeah, nice idea from Juala Gutta. Well, slight hesitation between the two Indian players as to who should take the clear down the centre of the court. Standard rule, Steen, that it should be the player on the cross court, or is that complicated by having a left and right hander?
Yeah, I think there's some individual rules also. Maybe the best moving player should cover it. That could at least be one idea. Could also be if it's 2 right-handed players, the one with the forehand. So
yeah.
I think each combination has.
Oh, service fault ball struck above the waist. No, Juala Gutta. Oof, no, that's a wrong call.
Yeah.
One of the few players in world badminton to use the forehand action on the serve. The only other player I can think about is Xia Huan from China. Very difficult on a forehand serve to serve above the waist, actually, isn't it? And have the racket facing in the downward direction.
The second thing is important.
Yeah. If the racket is pointing in a downward direction, it's virtually impossible to serve above the waist. Oh, that's a lovely drop.
Yeah. Clever tactics.
Yeah. Low serve is short. Yeah, short lift. Yeah. We were talking in the men's doubles, Steen, about, you know, how pairs tend to have a favoured formation. One player in the partnership likes to go forward more. There's absolutely no doubt with Dwala Gutta that she is a wonderful front court player, but doesn't have the same mobility as her partner at the back of the court. So obviously Gutta will want to be at the front of the court as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. She has a very powerful smash when she's in good position, Gutta, but clearly much quicker Punapa on the back court is an advantage for the Indians.
Good rally. Yeah, there we are. Perfect example. You know, I think it's a shame in a way that Dwala Gutta doesn't play mixed doubles anymore. Of course, she had that wonderful partnership with Diju Valiavidil. I think reached the final of the Super Series finals. Was it 2009? In Johor Bahru?
I can't remember.
Yep, lost out, I think, to your Danish combination.
Yeah.
Fischer and Peterson.
Yeah, but you could probably say that the mixed doubles has sort of developed away from the style of Gutta. We've seen that it's kind of hard to stay at the net all the time. You will eventually get moved to the back court, and then she's probably too vulnerable.
Yeah, good point.
For a male player, but in my opinion, she actually is playing mixed doubles. It's just in the women's doubles she's playing mixed.
Yeah. The old traditional style of mixed doubles on a women's doubles court.
That's the style that she's playing together with the Punapa. Another powerful smash there.
Yeah. Great judgment.
And actually we've seen that Punapa is very capable in mixed doubles. She played a couple of tournaments with the Russian player Vladimir Ivanov. So she can be at the net here. That's not her job here. If she's at the net, she should try to get back to the back court. She shouldn't be there, even though she can.
Yeah. Oh, that was nice. The cross-court net shot I was talking about from Joel Agutta. Call it a net shot or do you call it a block?
Oh, yeah, it was a border.
Yeah. Whatever it
borderline
was, it was nice.
call there. Mixture.
Yeah. Yeah, that's brilliant. It's that instinctive awareness.
Yeah.
You know, I was watching in that specifically for her movement at the net, and she hardly seemed to have to move because she knew where the shuttle was coming.
Yeah. And probably also has some agreements with Punapa as to where she has to aim her smashes. Malaysians definitely has to try to get the attack here because I think the Indians they're really good at working hard and converting attack to points.
Yeah.
Giving their sort of mixed double-like style. So the possibility could be to play a lot past Gutta in her backhand side and then also use the long backhand side of Punapa. And she would have to move a lot between these two corners.
So the 2-point advantage midway through. Oh dear me. That's a shocking serve. You know, we so often see after the mid-game interval, you know, the players just get out of their rhythm.
Yeah. And it's also always very difficult to figure out how much should you actually say as a coach. I mean, here it's 11-9 at the interval, so probably not a lot.
Yeah.
Both pairs have done well.
You know, broken strings, I think, there for Yoon Ki-wei. Yeah. No, that's all right. If you're going to break strings, break them in the middle of the racket, as she did.
Against Alexandra Cruz, village champ, umpire, Garcia, Peru, service judge, Chen Qishen, Chinese Taipei.
It can be very difficult to play against a pair who has a very specific style. I remember when I was coaching, we were often playing mixed doubles against men's doubles in practice. And it was actually hard for the men's doubles to beat the mixed because it is so given what they are going to do. So there's no choices in it.
Yeah. Gosh, that's interesting. Did your men's doubles players not think it was a bit of an insult in a way for you to tell them to?
Yes, they did, but I mean, then go out and beat them.
Yeah.
And of course,
You're
it's
a
not
tough man,
perhaps.
aren't you? That's why you were so successful.
Perhaps it's not the top mixed double against the top men's doubles, but the top mixed doubles against number 3 men's doubles.
Yeah.
It's not so easy.
Yeah. Just wide.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, she touched the racket. It touched the racket before the shuttle landed.
Yeah.
Called a fault by the umpire. What a blunder by Ashwini Punapa. My goodness. Well, it's a pity we didn't see that again.
Well played.
Yeah.
Right. Vivian Hu.
And a nice way to get back level. Oh, service very forward. Struck above the waist. Yeah, you agree with that one?
Yeah. I tried to look at the left arm, the position of the left arm. The service judge wasn't satisfied, and neither was I.
No, okay. That's a nice serve. Yeah, it was the previous shot from Juala Gutta that set up the points. That one.
Yeah. Very nice touch from the left-hander. It's clever play. Clever play. We've discussed that Gutta is not as mobile as her partner, but she's protecting herself really well, playing clever shots.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the Polish player Majesty Ziba.
Yeah.
Also really, really good at playing the correct shots.
Yeah. Of course, she was European mixed doubles champion with Robert Matusiak. Now a mum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she's broken the strings of her racket, Ponopa. Yep, that sounds terrible. Yeah, you can't control that.
Now the Malaysians are going to serve to Gutta, and I'm puzzled as to why they don't utilize the flick serve more. They have a perfect chance of getting Gutta to the back of the court with pressure on if they can execute a precise flick serve, and I think that's a shot that is very underestimated in ladies doubles. There's a good chance of counter-attacking if the opponent decides to attack directly on the serve.
Oh, instead of utilising the flick, she gets called a fault on her low serve again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at.
Oh, goodness me. It's not even close.
Yeah. And she was about to return it, but then suddenly changed her mind.
It's astonishing.
Yeah. Oh, don't do that.
Brilliant. Yeah.
She's lethal in that forehand corner.
Absolutely. Oh, good net shot.
That's it.
Yeah, opening game to the Indian pair of Juala Gutta and Ashwini Ponopa. 21-18 confirms the umpire. Oh, they're a clever pair, Gutta and Ponopa.
वो लेफ्टी जो है इधर से बहुत फंसा है, ठीक है ना, इधर ठीक है, उसमें उधर ही प्रेशर उसको रख उधर, इनको तो कहीं पे बहुत स्ट्रेट मैच और ऐसे ही पीछे भी मिले ना,
No, Madhu Mithabish, the coach there.
Called off court.
Yeah, well, Jeremy Gang and Morton Frost still talking to the Malaysian women's doubles pair.
Yeah. That's understandable, because if it was important in the first game to sort of control the rallies, it's even more important now because the Indians are playing with the drift, and that means that their smashes will be a little quicker and harder to defend for the Malaysians.
Yeah.
So they can't play defensive on this side, is my prediction.
Oh, that's, well, I was going to say that's clever, but it's just long. It was a super idea.
So much for my prediction, that was early.
Yeah.
I really like the attack of Panapa there. 3 times targeting the same player. Very efficient.
Yeah, that's what you were expecting more of, I suspect. Yeah. Flick serve, but flicking Panapa.
Yeah, I don't
That's
really
lovely.
mind. Yeah.
That's lovely.
Well played. Yeah. And they could actually flick either player. Because it's a good chance to put pressure on the opponent, because you have all the time in the world before you want to launch a serve.
Yeah.
So you can hopefully get it precise enough to put pressure on your opponents.
Oh,
excellent.
Fantastic. Now the court's going to need to be mopped of the perspiration. Steen, you were talking earlier about how Saina Nehwal had been such a catalyst for success in Indian badminton, because I mean, as she started enjoying success, I remember her at the 2006 Commonwealth Games in Melbourne playing women's singles as a 15-year-old in the team competition. But, and I don't disagree, I concur with you completely, Saina Nehwal has been the catalyst to making badminton popular, all disciplines having success, but this women's doubles pair get overlooked. After all, they were the first ever Indian women players to win medals at the World Championships 2011, and they never seem to have really had the recognition. Another service fault called here. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, that's not above the waist, surely. No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, it's true what you're saying, Jill, about the lack of recognition. It has often been an issue for discussion in the Indian newspapers as far as I've been following it. And I mean, it's a bit sad because even though you have one extremely good player, there's no reason why you shouldn't acknowledge that there's more good players in your country.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good smash. Yeah, in fact, that discussion has been going recently in the Indian newspapers of the announcement of the, I forget which scheme it's called, but there's monetary support for Olympic hopefuls. Yeah. Well, you know, they weren't that far away in London in qualifying for the quarterfinal stage. Had they been in a different group, it may have been different, but you can't live sport on ibs and maybes.
Or had it been another schedule, because there was also, we know all the speculations there were regarding these famous women's doubles matches, but there was also speculations regarding a match involving not the Indian pair, but the two other pairs in their group.
Yeah. And there was argument put forward, I can understand that, but you know, the point is that, you know, we know the background of this Indian pair. We've seen on numerous occasions, you know, and still here they are in this contest. You know, India 2-1 down in the tie. They're players you can rely on the whole time. Yeah. You know, they can produce something special, and often do. Yeah. He's quite a character, is Joala Gutta. It's a good smash. They're on a real little roll at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah.
So good. But we mustn't forget the point that you made. I'm getting confused with myself now, whether it was yesterday or whether it was today, because you make so many good points, that she wouldn't be able to intercept these unless her partner was doing the good job.
She's setting her up.
Yeah.
In a good way.
Yeah. So all level at 9-all.
Yeah.
Oh,
this, and this was not what Joala Gutta was dreaming of, moving from side to side on the backcourt. That's not where she wants to be. So if the Malaysians can succeed in getting her to the back part of the court, then they have a much bigger chance.
Yeah. Oh, service fault called again. close, borderline.
Yeah, it's close. It's close.
Now here's a theory for you, Steen. Service judges are being a little stricter in calling the faults that we also believe are faults. You and I have discussed the number of times players have been getting away with serving what we believe is too high. Now the service judges are actually calling in agreement in our belief. Because of what I said a little earlier about if the racket is pointing in a downward direction with a forehand serve, it's virtually impossible to serve above the waist. Do you think we're going to see more and more players switch to the forehand serve?
No, I don't think so.
No. Okay. Dumb theory. Stupid theory.
That would surprise me. There might be a case for it in women's doubles where it's easier to control the placement of the serve. If you want to serve at different spots with big variation in your serve, then there might be a case for it. In the other categories, I don't think so.
No, okay.
But I'm wondering when we'll see some kind of significant development in the services, because the service situation gets more and more important in men's doubles. An idea could be, why not go a little bit to one of the sides and then let the shuttle pass through the other field where the returner is not standing, so it falls way below the tape before they can return it.
Yeah.
And those kind of situations. When is somebody going to come up with an extraordinary idea like the Seedek brothers did many years ago?
Yeah, with the spin serve.
And I know one person that will agree with me. That's your former mixed doubles partner, Steen Flackberg.
Yeah.
He was not afraid to go out to the sideline and serve through the other field.
Yeah. I remember it well.
I'm not saying it necessarily should be a long service like the one he did, but just passing through the other field.
Yeah.
So you couldn't get to it as quick as possible as the returner.
Oh, goodness me. She very nearly played that. I couldn't believe it. But she made the right decision in the end.
I thought I heard somebody calling.
Oh, umpire's going to have a word with the players.
Yeah.
Come on, play on. Too much time wasting.
Significant serve for Pranapa with the left leg a lot in front of her right leg. Not a lot of players are standing like that.
Oh, it was an ambitious shot to try, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just wide by a whisker. Yeah, she knows it. I don't think we've had a challenge yet in this match.
No.
Have we?
Well played.
Yeah. Good.
Very alert at the net. Wonky way.
That's a good smash. That's That's a good serve. Good variation on the attack. And back level once more.
And she's extremely fast. Punapa moving around Guta to that forehand side, her own forehand side.
Well, it wasn't the sort of serve you were talking about, but that was nice variation on the serve, serving out wide.
There was the counter-attack from the flick.
Well, the challenge, I suspect it will be a forlorn hope. Oh, that looks out to me. But it wasn't the best of angle for us to see that again, was it, Steen? Well,
no. It's still one of those that I think are falling.
Yeah, that's clear. That's way out. Well, at least we've had a challenge. I think that was the first of this match, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was directly into the left-hander, wonky way.
Did well there, Pomper.
Yeah.
Retrieving the half-court shot, the little push in between the front court player and the rear court player. Yeah, look at the frustration for Woon Ki Wei.
It's going to be interesting to following this Malaysian pair in the future when they get some time to work together with the new coach, Lim Pek Chia.
Yes, and it's nice that Morton Frost has appointed a female coach as head coach to the women's doubles players of Malaysia. Oh, it's going wide, that's wild. They're all very nervous, it's understandable. As for the Indian pair, this is tantalisingly close.
It's a very good idea to play against the backhand side of Guta.
Well, game point opportunity for Malaysia to level this women's doubles at one game apiece. And the error on the return of serve from Ashwini Ponapur. A couple of unforced errors at the end of that second game have cost them dear. Because the second game goes to Vivian Hu and Woon Ki Wei. 21-19. It's one game all.
就弹他，就
就坐下来就打你们打这个罗店啊，你看打前路打移动啊，你看打强攻，你要强攻你看上网给他坐下来给别人抢攻啊，明白吧？你就上去弹一个上去啊，都没有结果，你是坐下来他不能，你要比较进去，你要看。
Confirmation that it's one game apiece. Well, I suppose for the Indian coaches, Madhu and Gopi Chand, very, very important to lift the spirits of your players right now. Because they were so close to winning that in 2 straight games. And it was the manner in which they almost gifted those last couple of points to the Malaysians, and I don't mean that in any sort of disrespect to the Malaysian pair, because they play very well. But they were easy points. You talked about easy points in the men's singles, and there was a couple of easy points for the Malaysians.
Easy points here as well.
Yeah.
Agreed. I'm thinking, I didn't really notice it, but I have a feeling that they had a really, really good variation on their service placement, especially towards Punapa.
So that's, you think, probably why she made those errors on...
I don't know, it's just an idea.
Yeah.
They'd flicked her a couple of times and then serving a little bit to the side or to the middle of the returning field.
Yeah. Well, of course, for us neutrals, Steen, we'd love to see India win this to send it down to a deciding match within the tie. Keep the excitement and the tension going right to the end. If you're a Malaysian fan, of course, don't want that at all.
No, you just want to win in 2 easy games.
Yes.
Well played.
Malaysian teammates, I noticed, on their feet at the end of that rally. I enjoyed that one.
Of course, also important for Malaysia, not only to win the team match, but also to get this ladies doubles going. Have to think of the rest of the tournament as well.
Yeah. I know this is awfully complicated, Steen, but I know you've been scouring and looking over the regulations, because if Malaysia was to win this tie against India, they would definitely top the group, which means they'd have a seeded position. But the original seeds in this group were Korea at number 2.
Yeah.
But the rules state that the new rankings of the teams, the players within the teams, means that Malaysia, the highest they could be seeded for the knockout stage is 4. Is that correct?
If they win the group, they will be seeded 4th, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, it's well played. Across the body, good placement.
And then, of course, some other team will be seeded 2nd, because Korea can't be seeded 2nd as they don't win their group.
Yeah. So even if Malaysia were to win today, and then
Korea tomorrow,
and Korea beats India, Korea cannot be seeded because they wouldn't top the group.
No.
Yeah.
So the Koreans will probably also be cheering for Gutta and Punapa to win this match.
Yeah. Oh, what a missed opportunity. But the complication goes beyond that as well, doesn't it? Because Indonesia or Japan could be seeded too, which would mean that the opposite end to China, everybody wants to be the opposite end to defending champions China.
Exactly.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of other teams probably eagerly watching this and cheering for one.
Given Malaysia is winning this group, then it's up to Japan. If they win their group, they will get the 2nd seed.
Yeah.
And if they don't win their group, then it's really complicated. So let's get back to that later.
You haven't mastered that one yet. Well, this is finally in the balance, isn't it? Oh, that's a miss hit. Off the frame of the racket.
In football and soccer, they have this measurement of how much running the players are doing during a match.
Yeah.
I would really like to see that comparison between Punapa and Gutta. I guess it's probably the biggest difference in any combination.
Yeah.
These two players in between. And that's, in my opinion, the beauty of badminton, that you can use your strength in many ways.
Yeah. Oh, it's called in. Oh, there was this half a hint from the Indian pair that they might challenge that, but they didn't.
Hey, she tripped.
Yeah, certainly did.
She tripped and missed it.
Yeah, that's not going to come back.
Good idea from Wong. Result didn't quite live up to the idea.
No. So who's going to have the advantage, the change of ends here in this deciding game? And the answer is the Indian combination. No, we were just trying to eavesdrop there. We couldn't hear. No.
We've got to have a word with Gopachand and ask him to speak up.
Yes. Well, it could not be closer. Change of ends, there has to be at least 1 point in it, and that's all there is. And of course, both pairs have done better from that far side of the court as we look down. And I wonder if that's going to be decisive in this deciding game. That's clever. That's exactly what you identified earlier on, Steen. The flick serve and the counter-attack. Yeah. But actually, you were talking about the Malaysians doing that to the Indian pair.
All pairs can do it in women's doubles, so there's no copyright on the idea, because that's long. The idea behind it is that if you can serve a good flick serve, then you often get the opponent to take a bad choice of trying to attack too much.
Yeah. Oh, that's good play, brave play.
Really inspired shot.
Unbelievable. Well, I think Strongs have gone again. That sound all right? That, oh no, must have been just a slight mishit from Ponapa. That's a nervous looking backhand.
Very good defense there, where they just block it past Gutta on her backhand side, instead of just lifting and lifting to Ponapa.
That was good defence from Milky Way.
Actually, these sort of block defensive shot works really well, except in the forehand of Gutta.
It's all level once again. And the 3-point deficit has been closed. 15 all. Service fault called, but it was a service error as well. That's good work from Ponapa, isn't it? Good movement. I think she jumped from about that centre line to play that round the head smash. Well, I remember them being 17-15 up in the second game. Now they've moved further on than that. I wonder if that's a psychological step for the Indian combination. 3-point advantage and 3 points away from winning this third and deciding game. Oh, dear me. Vivian, who the idea, as you pointed out earlier, sound idea, wrong execution. 2 points needed now for the Indian combination. That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Match point opportunities for Jwala Gutta and Ashwini Ponapa of India. The flick serve. First time of asking. And after dropping that second game, Jwala Gutta and Ashwini Ponapa fight back so strongly in the decider. 21-18, 19-21, 21-15 in the deciding game. Now the umpire just confirming the score, 4 minutes shy of the hour mark. And it means that in the overall tie, it is 2 matches apiece. It all comes down to the 5th and deciding match, the mixed doubles. And no wonder that Jwala Gutta celebrates. So she should. She and Ashwini Ponapa yet again have produced when it matters. Well, as they take leave of the court, confirmation of the score once again, 21-18, 19-21, 21-15 in the deciding game. So there is confirmation. It's all coming down to this mixed doubles. India against Malaysia. This Group D in Division 1. And of course we've been talking about the possibility of Malaysia, should they win this tie against India, topping the group. They will have played 1-2, having beaten Korea 3-2 yesterday. But let's not forget, there's still a possibility India could top the group, and in fact Korea, the number 2 seeds at the start of the tournament, might not even progress to the quarter-final stage. It's so many permutations of what could happen, and it's all coming down to this mixed doubles. Well, mixed doubles pair, as far as India are concerned, Steen and I believe it's the first time they've played an international competition together in this partnership. Arun Vishnu and Suki Reddy up against Chan Pen Soon. There he is, and Go Liu Ying. My goodness, didn't she play well yesterday against Korea? 11 months out after operations on both her knees, and quite frankly I think she's the player that made the difference, made the play, took her chances at the front of the court, read the game so well against the Korean pair of Go Sung Hyung and Kim Ha Na. Had to save a game point, of course, in the opening game, which they won 23-21, and then they really stormed through that second game. I was quite surprised at how easily the Malaysian won that second game, 21-13 against the Koreans. But they seem to be just brimming with confidence and just utterly delighted to be able to be back on court together again.
Yeah, and to be in a position to sort of decide the team match. They really seem to enjoy it, and I agree with you that Go was a very important player, perhaps the difference between the two pairs, but I also think Chan played really, really well.
Yeah.
Maintaining the attack, setting up his partner at the net.
Yeah. Well, as far as India are concerned, is this a bold selection, or is it a well, it's got to be a calculated gamble, hasn't it, playing a pair that haven't played international tournaments together, and you know, but it may be an inspired decision, you never know. I seem to remember Denmark selecting a Morten Frost in the mixed doubles in the European Team Championships against England.
Yeah, it's probably Morten who said, just let me play the mixed. So
he was eager to play against me, that's the thing.
No, I've seen Arun Vishnu, yeah, we have him here.
Yeah, he's 26 years of age, and those statistics confirm our research, which is this is their first ever tournament together. He's 26, his partner, the left-hander, Suki Reddy, 21. There she is. Now, she's been playing with Tarun Konar of Hyderabad, India and Hyderabad, in the mixed doubles tournaments so far this year. In fact, they've won 2 titles, Uganda and Romania. Now, playing with Vishnu, who's been playing with Apana Balan. And of course they've won 3 titles as well, playing together. So you've split 2 pairs that have been doing well this year and formed this new partnership. It may be an inspired decision. Now, as we were saying yesterday, Go Liu Ying, 25 years of age, and her partner, who last month turned 27, Chan Pen Soon, up 9 places in the world ranking to 70, but don't pay any attention to that. They've only got 5 tournaments towards their world ranking. They have been as high as a 3. That was from November 2012 until the middle of March 2013, 16 weeks as world number 3s. They've won a Super Series title, Japan, in 2012, and it's simply the fact that Go Liu Ying has been on the sidelines because of those knee operations, that they haven't got enough tournaments to their names, and hence the world ranking has dropped. But they're much, much better than 70. But who knows about this Indian mixed doubles pair? I suppose they've probably played together in domestic events or perhaps in, well, I don't know. I mean, if it had been an international competition, it would be on the statistics.
Yeah. Well, I've seen Arun Vishnu play with Aparna Balan, and I think that combination would not have had a chance because I don't think Aparna Balan's front court skills are good enough to challenge Go Liu Ying's. Whether Sigureti's front court skills are good enough, we'll have to see. I'm not sure, but she's a young player with, in my opinion, a bit more potential than Aparna Balan.
No, so you think it might? This is an inspired selection?
I think so.
Yeah.
I still think the Malaysians are huge favourites here. And
yeah.
As you said, they've been 3 or 5 in the world. Three, and since Go has been undergoing surgery in both her knees, we know that she's been struggling before she underwent surgery, so hasn't really been able to practice fully, probably.
Yeah.
So they could, had she been healthy, have gone even higher and made even better results.
Good point.
So the potential of this double is perhaps even higher than we think.
Yeah.
The Malaysian mixed doubles.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Malaysia, represented by VIVO, Tan Peng Su. On my left, India, represented by Sigureti Arun Vishnu. Malaysia to serve, VIVO to Arun Vishnu. Labo, play.
So the Malaysians nearest to us getting this 5th and final match within the tie underway. Crucial match. 2-all the overall tie score. That's going wide. Oh, it almost came back in, didn't it? Another forehand server. Here's me saying in the women's doubles I could only think of 2 forehand servers at the international game.
Good service. Very precise flick.
Just wide. That's clever. Nice change of pace from Chan Peng Sun. Service fault called. Racket not pointing in a downward direction.
I'm not too keen on those calls for racket not pointing in a downward direction. And one more thing, if the service hit below the waist, why does the racket need to point in downwards direction? I don't get it.
I was just thinking exactly the same thing. the crucial thing about the serve is to be below the waist.
Yeah. For what I care, they could turn the racket upside down as long as it's below the waist.
Oh, good rally. Good defence. It's going wide. Well, the interesting thing is when the rule was changed from the highest part of the racket head had to be below the lowest part of the hand, which sounds very complicated, but it did actually make pretty good sense, and they changed the wording, and it said that the racket must be pointing in a downward direction, but the point is, who says which part of the racket? So as long as the shaft of the racket is not horizontal, then whether it's the handle is pointing down or whether the racket head is pointing down, the racket is still pointing in a downward direction.
Either way, it's pointing downwards unless it's totally horizontal.
Now, that's not what they mean by the rules, but and that's me being a little naughty and a little pedantic. But, you know, it justifies the point that you've made, that it's really about hitting below the waist is the crucial thing. Along with some of the other crucial serving rules, like not you know, moving your feet and, you know, you're not allowed to jump in the air.
Two movements. Two movements is far worse, in my opinion.
Yeah. Remember the discussion yesterday, Steen, when one of the players said that they couldn't see the serve, and I just thought on that last serve we had a perfect view with the Malaysians playing this side of the court, that when Chan serves, he serves sort of behind the back.
Exactly, behind the back of
goal.
Of goal, yeah.
So I can understand why the players were complaining.
Yeah.
Opponents complain, you can't see the shuttle. Oh my goodness, I thought I was going over for a moment.
She had it covered. She had it covered. Go had it covered.
Yeah.
But what a great shot.
Who's the commander in that partnership?
Yeah, well played.
That's good. That's a super shot. You know, I've seen Siki Reddy a couple of times, and I'm going to sound odd here in that I've watched her from a distance. You know, she's been on adjoining courts while I've been concentrating on our court. And I think this is probably the first time I've ever commentated on her, and the first time I've really watched her with real intensity. And she is hugely talented, isn't she?
Yeah. That also shows that she's not that experienced yet, because normally there's commentary from Thursday in the Premier Series and Friday in the Super Series, and she's not a regular there. Not yet.
Yeah. That's a clever serve from Chan Peng Soon. I forgot to remind us all to watch that serve, because I don't think he does it from the left-hand court, does he?
No, it's only from the forehand court.
It's only from the right-hand court, yes. Which, if they win this point...
that was wide.
It was wide, wasn't it? Right, now we'll concentrate and hopefully we'll be able to see just the positioning of Go Liu Ying while Chan Peng-soon is serving from this right-hand court. Hopefully we'll get to see it.
He'll probably serve to the middle of the court now. It's going to go behind her back.
Yep. Not as obvious as when he serves low, but yeah, it's a good example.
Referee is talking to Gopichan. I don't know what it was.
Ronnie de Vos of Belgium, the tournament referee.
Right.
Yeah. Now that was interesting that the referee intervened, because coaching is allowed in between points. And there is Gopichan coming forward now to talk to his players. 3-point advantage for the Malaysians.
There's one spot and then technique. And that's her backhand side.
Well, I could hear Morten Frost saying there's one spot where they're weak, and it's her defence backhand side. So obviously he's referring to Siki Reddy.
Yeah, and I think also the backhand side, when she's at the net, there seems to be a tendency that left-handed net players are really, really strong in their forehand side.
Mm.
Well, I think Vishnu and Reddy, they've played quite well until now. In my opinion, they're just not up to the level of the Malaysians, and I think they're going to lose this match. But still, they've been playing a good match.
Well, I noticed the attacking play there from Chan Peng-soon on Reddy was her forehand defence. Well, at the end of the day, it's the players who've got to make the decisions. You can take all the advice you want.
And it's so much easier sitting outside on the coach's chair, and you have the good overview. Well, perhaps not so much from the side of the court, but you're not in any form of movement or physical stress.
Mm.
It's so much easier. There it was. Back. But apparently Vishnu is still able to see the shuttle. He hasn't complained it yet.
No. Good net shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little spring in the step of the Malaysians. Did you see that? That was very telling after the rally. There was a little spring and a little sign of belief. Yeah, we're just beginning to get on top of our opponents. There's the little hand signal. Well, it wasn't a hand signal. What was that? Usually there's a hand signal, letting her partner know where she's going to serve to. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
The more I'm watching this, the more I'm getting impressed with Reddy.
Yeah. And I think to describe it a little bit, you could say that Vishnu's defensive style and his flat game style is a little bit raw. Overall, I think it's visible that they're playing normally tournaments that are a little bit lower tier than Chen and Go. But certainly potential there if they can qualify for Grand Prix Golds and Super Series and regularly play against players that play at a high pace.
Yeah. During the recent India Super Series event, Steen, I had the pleasure of having quite a long chat to Prakash Padukone, and we were talking about doubles in Indian badminton, and he was very much advocating that they should have a separate academy with specialised doubles coaches, because he said we've got an awful lot of talented players, but the coaches are, because the singles players are doing well, the coaches are giving so much time to the singles players that they're not developing the doubles players at the rate that they could be developed.
Yeah, I think he's right.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a separate academy. It can easily be in the same hall. They just need to have separate coaches.
Yeah.
Or at least coaches that are focused on developing the double players.
Yeah. Oh, this is a good comeback. I mean, 16-10. Both you and I sort of thought this opening game was all but done, and now there's only 2 points in it.
That's well played.
Yeah, super shot from the champion soon.
Oh,
yeah, dear me. That's unfortunate, isn't it?
They'll never find that again.
And that's what happens when a string breaks. You lose all control of the shot. That's interesting. He's not asking to test the new racket.
That was the defensive backhand side that Morten Frost was telling his players.
Yeah.
Really loves to return with the forehand. Siki ready.
Just wide. Again, point opportunities for Malaysia. 6 of them to be precise. So the opening game, 21-14 in favour of Malaysia. A little bit of a misunderstanding on that final point. Vishnu coming forward to the net, trying to put pressure on, but the Malaysians alert to it and just playing the shuttle over his head. So opening game, 21-14. Well, this is a tall order for a brand new pair, isn't it? But I suppose as a brand new pair thrown together in Sudirman Cup tie, there's no pressure in the fact that they have no track record and they can just give their best, and you know, whereas the Malaysians are expected to win.
Yeah, and probably they're going to play against Korea as well. So, I mean, take this match as they haven't lost yet, but it's hard to see them coming back. But take this as good practice, and the Malaysians beat the Koreans as well. So that's why it was so important for India that they won the ladies doubles, because even if they should lose this match 3-2, they can still progress with a 3-2 win against Korea. Had they lost the ladies doubles as well, they would have needed a 4-1, and that would have been really, really difficult to see where India could win 4 matches against Korea. 3 matches, we can see the 2 singles are possibilities, and then 1 extra match, who knows what might happen.
Yeah.
Ladies double, mixed doubles is possibilities.
Very, very good point.
And that match is played on Wednesday.
One o'clock local time.
Good read by Go.
Yeah, it's no wonder they're having to just reinforce with each other who's going to go for what. There's little discussions in between rallies. Well taken, Siki, ready. Is it just that she's left-handed that she's reminding me of Jwala Gutta, or is there some playing styles and the way she reads the game as well?
That's surprising development for me. I thought the Malaysians had everything under control.
Yeah. Taken their foot off the pedal, or should we congratulate the Indian pair that they started better?
Yeah.
Maybe a combination of the two. It's going to go long. Yeah, Champing soon just saying to his partner, just remember, it's going to go faster, it's going to go out the back. Yes, well played.
Yeah, good forward movement.
Yeah.
I really like when he uses his steep smash, this Alan Vishnu. That one.
He, of course, has been playing some men's doubles with Tarun Kona. Well, he's not just a mixed doubles specialist. Oh, it's just wide. Well, there's going to be a challenge here. Well, she's challenging the sideline.
Yeah, she's challenging. That should be okay.
Of course she can challenge that. Well, the umpire hasn't got his microphone on. Can't hear. Yeah, stand your ground. You are allowed to challenge at that sideline. Now that confirms that it was indeed out.
Sorry, challenge unsuccessful. Service over. 4-6. India, one challenge remaining. Late.
Now, if you're just a little confused about what was happening there, of course, the front service line, Hawkeye can't adjudicate on that. And it is purely the line judge and the umpire who have discretion over the front service line, but all the other lines, Hawkeye springs into action. And she was challenging on the sideline and not the front service line, so that's why there was the confusion.
We don't have any linesmen on the front service line and the middle service line. That's up to the umpire.
Good spot, Steen. Seven all.
Seemed short, that service.
Oh, goodness me, that was ambitious, wasn't it? This is far from over, you know. So much for our prediction. A little bit loose with the low serve there. Pounced on. That's good placement as well, isn't it? Aiming towards the right hip.
Haven't really found the rhythm again, Reddy and Vishnu, since that challenge.
Clever. And it's the Indian combination scratch pairing of Vishnu and Reddy who have the advantage, albeit just 1 point, but an advantage nonetheless here in the second game at the mid-game interval.
एकदम और वो लड़के का भी डिफेंस इतना अच्छा नहीं है उसको प्रेशर डाल सकते हो
Do you think we'll see a change in tactics from the Malaysians?
That should be targeting the backhand side even more of the right side of the Indian pair.
Yeah, good play. Good rally. I almost feel as well, Steen, that the Malaysians need to be a little more proactive. I feel in a way that they're just reacting too much to what their opponents are doing to them, and I'd like to see them take more initiative, but that's, you know, I don't know whether I'm misreading this, but because the Indian pair deserve credit because they've really fought well here.
Sometimes it's due to the opponents playing in a way that makes it hard for you to get in and control the game.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to judge whether it's due to that or some nerves or some kind have crept into them. Oh, that was long.
that's good judgment. He's wide. Well, watching that last rally, I would say that the Malaysians haven't been allowed to play the way they want to play because Go Liu Ying didn't hit a shuttle in that rally.
No.
They've kept it away from her.
And that's of course clever, and one thing we know is that Gopi Chan is a clever coach, is a clever player.
Yeah. A little shake of the head from Siki Rari. She mustn't beat up on herself, she's played well. Yeah, like that. Very, very good. She just hasn't had many opportunities to do that, especially in this second game. Go Liu Ying. Now, when she does get the opportunity, she usually makes it count. I spoke too soon. Hey, well, there's the curse of the commentator coming in again. Leapt virtually from that ready position on the receipt of serve to leap backwards to play the smash on the flick. Great athletic ability from Chan Peng Soon. Yeah. That's pretty good too.
Yeah, it's good coverage, and I'd like to see players, for instance, also in the ladies doubles with Guta covering that backhand side just once or twice, really going for it in order to sort of scare the opponents away. They just won't go away, these two.
No. It's good.
Yeah. 17-14, and I thought,
yeah,
now they're going to take it. Chan and Go. But,
their advantage has been whittled down to just 1 point. And now back level. 17 all. Oh, that was good.
Yeah, good read.
Yeah. A good crisp kill on the backhand side. Look at this. No backswing of the racket. Still generating the pace. It was wide. Did it touch her?
I don't think so.
No.
But,
it was definitely wide. There was no question of that.
There was no question?
No, that's out.
I'd still consider using the last challenge if I were the Indians.
Clever. Delightful change of pace from Go Liu Ying. And 3 match point opportunities. Oh, it's long. Oh my goodness me. Half the Malaysian team are on their feet about to celebrate. Their celebrations will have to wait. This time, and Malaysia have topped Group D. They will be seeded at the quarter-final knockout stage. 2 matches played in Group D and 2 matches won for Malaysia. Yesterday, of course, they beat the number 2 seeds, Korea, 3-2. Today, they've beaten India by the same margin. And as with yesterday, it was this mixed doubles pair of Chan Peng-soon and Go Liu Ying who won the deciding match. The 5th and final match within the tie, going to the Malaysians, 21-14, 21-18. "40 minutes only for that mixed doubles." And Malaysia guaranteed a quarter-final berth and guaranteed to be seeded at the quarter-final stage too. Well, India and Korea will battle on Wednesday to see who joins Malaysia in the quarter-final stage. There is confirmation that Chan Peng-soon and Go Liu Ying, 21-14, 21-18 in 40 minutes of play. Well, as I say, that guarantees Malaysia topping the group with their victory 3-2 today over India. Of course, it was India's first match in this Sudirman Cup campaign. Well, Malaysia started with the men's doubles, the same pair who had beaten the world number ones yesterday when playing against Korea, Go Vi-shem and Tan Wei-kyung, beating Manu Atri and Sunith already in 2 straight games, 21-15, 21-16. Then it was Saina Nehwal who got India back in with a fight, because the Olympic bronze medalist beat Ti Jing-in. My goodness, she had to work hard for that opening game, didn't she? She saved 3 game points before winning that opening game, 24-22. A little more comfortable in the second. Then the former world number 1, Lee Chong-wei, beat the current world number 4, Shrikant Kidambi, and made it look quite comfortable. 40 minutes that took. Jwala Gutta and Ashwini Ponappa reversed the result of the final of the Commonwealth Games last year, because they beat the Malaysians who took the gold medal in Glasgow. 3 games was needed though, and 21-15 in that deciding game, just 4 minutes shy of the hour mark. And as we've just witnessed, Chan Peng Soon and Go Liu Ying coming through in the mixed doubles in the deciding match against the scratch pairing of Vishnu and Reddy. So Malaysia 3-2 victory over India. Of course, the Sudirman Cup will be back tomorrow. Same time tomorrow, the first session, 1 o'clock local time. And that will be Hong Kong against France in the Division 2 Group Match B. So from all of us here for this evening, a very good evening. We'll see you all tomorrow. Steen Peterson and myself, Jill Clark. Bye for now.